just a couple of moments, it's finals night number 4 here at the 2014 IPC Swimming European Championship.
Welcome to Eindhoven in the Netherlands to the Peter van der Hoogenband Zwem Stadion for the 2014 IPC Swimming European Championships. It's the final session of day 4 of this 7-day championships. I'm Paul Noble. I'll be taking you through the action tonight, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Giles Long. Evening, Giles.
Evening, Paul. Well, we've got some absolutely superb swimming on the way tonight, haven't we? There's the Spanish team and the mascot. What's the mascot called, Paul?
Uki, I believe. It's been wandering around Uki all week. There's a schedule of events for tonight. Finals all the way, starting with the men's 100 breaststroke SB8 Spanish. Got a big hope in that one. A young swimmer qualified fastest from the heats this morning. We've got 17 finals, so it's the busiest night of finals that we've had so far. This is day 4 of the 7-day championship. We end with the relays. The relays were very exciting the other night. They're always a great way to finish the session. Men's and women's 4x50 meters freestyle relay. The last of the 17 finals this evening. Well, they're going to come thick and fast, these races, as they always do. The first one onto poolside is the men's 100 meters breaststroke for the SB8 classification. This event has been dominated by the world and European record holder Andrei Kalina from Ukraine in recent years, but he's not here at these championships, so a great opportunity for someone to step up and claim a major title. Christian Mamic from Croatia in 1, Evgeny Zimin from Russia in 2, Federico Morlacci in 3 from Italy, already 2 gold medals to his name. And here's a young man from Spain, Oscar Salguero Galisteo, fastest qualifier, ahead of the World Championship medalist Andreas O'Neill. And James Crisp of Great Britain, who was a world champion back in 2002. Tim van Duren for the Netherlands in 7. And Krzysztof Paterka from Poland might be a threat, even though he qualified in 8th place. He goes in the outside lane. He's struggling with these goggles at the start. That's never a good sign, Giles. Paterka there. A little bit of a goggle malfunction prior to the start.
Well, that is going to be disturbing him. He has got the opportunity, if he wants to slow the race down, to slow the start down, and get the referee to allow him that time. But that's, well, you've got to say, you arrived with them in a knot, Paul, and that's really not good planning.
No, these things should be sorted out. A lot of the swimmers take spare pair of goggles up to the start with them, just in case things like that happen. You can see him, very nervy start there. That's not going to be good for him in this race. There's Morlacci, qualified in 3rd. Paterka is ready to go. But the young man, the young Spaniard, Salguero Galisteo, it's the final of the men's 100 breaststroke, SB8.
Well, after all that, Paterka actually in lane number 8, closest to picture here, got a good start. But here's the Spanish swimmer in lane number 4, Salguero Galisteo, who is looking good. And also on the outside of him, Morlacci. Well, we've seen him on superb form this week with this, the young Italian swimmer, Paul. Good stroke swimming from these guys, nice and smooth. Kick just in the right place. So important, the timing with breaststroke. Looks like it's going to be Morlacci around the wall quickest, but who's going to be best on the water?
Well, Morlacci with a leg disability, Salguero with an arm disability, and it's a real contrast between the two, but Morlacci looks very strong at the moment, Charles.
He does. Shoulders coming up nicely as he reaches the apex, the breathing part of the stroke. Hands being launched forward. You see that great big spray of water going launches in front of him as he goes into the glide phase of the stroke.
And into the last 10 now, it's going to be Morlacci again. What a fantastic swim from the Italian. This is a real shock, but it's going to be gold to Italy. Morlacci claims his third gold of these championships. It's silver for Spain. Salguero Galisteo. I think James Crisp may well be on the medal podium again for Great Britain. The Great Britain swimmer who made his debut back in the 90s for Great Britain. Looks like he may have got up for the bronze medal position for GB, but what a swim for Morlacci. The Italian was superb again, 1:13.00. And there's the young man, Galisteo from Spain. Couldn't quite live with Morlacci.
Well, it was a superb time. Morlacci, here you can see in the slow motions, he comes into the final 5 meters. Great launch as he finishes full extension, fantastic, close for the bronze there. We're still waiting for these official results. Had Kalinia of the Ukraine been here, Morlacci wouldn't stand a chance, but he wasn't.
There is the confirmed result of the men's 100 breaststroke SB8. Federico Morlacci, what a superb swim to take gold. Salguero Galisteo from Spain takes silver. James Crisp in the bronze medal position for Great Britain. It's the final of the women's 100 meters breaststroke SB8. Alicia Vladikina from Russia in the center lane. Next to Great Britain's Claire Cashmore. Christensen from Denmark goes into Paulina Wozniak, may well feature for the medals, but the world record holder, Alicia Vladikina from Russia, she'll be the favourite. Claire Cashmore has got silver medals at the major championships behind the Russian in the last few years. Kikuli from Greece goes in 6, and Amelie Winter from Denmark goes in 7. But Vladikina, what a fantastic breaststroke swimmer she is. She's the European record holder, the world record holder. She owns all the major titles. It's the final of the women's 100 breaststroke SB8.
Well, Vladikina, we saw her swim the individual medley yesterday, and it really is the breaststroke that underpins her medley swimming. She's good on the butterfly backstroke and freestyle, but not exceptional. But on this stroke, she is exceptional. Claire Cashmore chasing her down the pool there. Her coaches were very much looking forward to seeing her swim out very, very quickly in the first 25 meters. I'll have to wait and see what they say after the race, but it's going to be Vladikina who's first to the here. Spins around nicely. Very tempting for these swimmers with one arm to try and spin around laterally rather than flip themselves almost over onto their back. And she goes April. She looks really strong, but Claire Cashmore not fading here.
Claire Cashmore not letting Vladikina get away from her. And in fact, Claire Cashmore is closing slightly. Vladikina looks like she has got around about a body length gap between her and Claire Cashmore. Claire Cashmore coming back all the time. Vladikina is fading. She is definitely fading. But Claire Cashmore now on the shoulder of Vladikina, coming alongside the Russian. Who's it going to be? Claire Cashmore, what a swim from GB swimmer. Vladikina gets it. No, in fact, it's a dead heat. It's a dead heat. Claire Cashmore and Vladikina have shared the gold medal, and they are both delighted. But what a swim for Claire Cashmore to get back on level terms with the world record holder. And we have a dead heat for the gold medal position, with Wozniak of Poland in the bronze medal position.
Well, it really is superb to see that big smile on Claire Cashmore's face. She's waited a long time for this gold medal. It really was. It was a great swim for her. I spoke to her coach before this race. Really wanted to see some new tactics from her, new approach to the race. And that's got to be paying off.
Well, that was fantastic, wasn't it? Claire Cashmore, with every stroke, was pulling back. I thought Vladikina had just got it. Oh, they both had good finishes.
Well, let's have a look at this again, because you say Vladikina just got it. I think Claire Cashmore just got it. Well, in the end, Who cares, because the time registered the same. Paul Noble's on the verge of falling off his chair again.
Oh,
the excitement.
That was good. That was a good race, and they're both absolutely delighted there. Claire Cashmore and Vladikina, that was fantastic race. Claire Cashmore and Olesia Vladikina share the gold medal and the European title here in Eindhoven. Paulina Wozniak will take the bronze medal for Poland. Well, that was a cracking race there. Claire Cashmore did not let the world record holder get away. The men's 200 metres individual medley SM6. Sasha Kindred from Great Britain is the fastest entry time into this final. Sasha Kindred, Paralympic gold medalist on 3 occasions in this one: Sydney, Athens, Beijing, and well, we thought that Sasha, when he lost the title in London, was he going to come back? He certainly did. He won the world title last year in Montreal, and he's already a gold medalist here in Eindhoven. Sasha Kindred, the most experienced member of the GB team. Sebastian Ivanov, will he be a threat from the outside lane? Saw him swim very well to win the 50 freestyle yesterday. Yuri Luchin, strong breaststroke swim earlier in the week. He might be a danger. Joa Wolinski, medalist in the 400. He'll be strong at the end of this race. But there's Sasha Kindred, the firm favourite for this one, the European record holder. Semenenko, he'll get off the blocks well. 2 very good legs to use, absolutely no arms at all. So he struggled on the freestyle. Panagiotis Christakis, a medalist in the freestyle. Watch for him late in the race. And Kemeny, similar to Semenenko. Well, he should get off the blocks well. Potisny, the final swimmer here. Sasha Kindred holds the European record. That record was set in London in the Paralympic Games in 2012. And you'll see some swimmers starting from the water, some from the blocks. Sasha Kindred going from the block. Kemeny has got a very good start there, just 2 swimmers up. A very interesting start, the swimmer in line 7, a sort of a crouch position. The final of the men's 200 metres individual medley, SM6.
Well, expect to see Semenenko go out very, very quickly on the butterfly and the backstroke. The only rule in medley when it comes to the freestyle is that the freestyle leg, the 4th leg, must be different from the preceding 3 strokes. Now, what that means is, for Semenenko, is he can employ a butterfly kick on both the butterfly leg and the backstroke leg. That makes him very, very quick. He's also good on the breaststroke, but when it comes to the freestyle, he has to use an alternating leg kick, and that's often where the no-arm swimmers tend to come unstuck. But Sasha Kindred really, really taking this race out now. 33.57 to the wall. That's not bad at all, Paul.
Sasha Kindred was the champion in the 50 metres butterfly. He heads Semenenko by 2.5 seconds. It's a big lead. Ivanov went well on the butterfly. He's out there in lane number 1 for Germany, just at the left-hand side of your screen. And battling for the bronze medal position with Yuri Luchin from Russia. The 2 of them side by side. It's a good tussle here, and Semenenko coming back. Got to say the backstroke is Sasha Kindred's weakest part on his medley. He'll be more at home when he gets onto the breaststroke. Semenenko will be a strong breaststroker, but Sasha Kindred is also very, very good at the breaststroke leg. Kindred leads, Semenenko second. Still a good battle between Luchin and Ivanov on the far side for the bronze, but Sasha Kindred looking good at the moment.
Yeah, I have to say, Paul, his backstroke, I've seen that look smoother in years gone by. His breaststroke looking strong here, but again, it hasn't quite got the sparkle that we've seen from Sasha Kindred. As you can see, he dominates at a European level, but he has to always bear in mind Glock from Brazil and Zhu of China when he gets onto a world level, and he really needs to clock a good time here. A good time for Sasha Kindred, round about 2:41 point. He really needs to get around that. This is good freestyle swimming from Sasha Kindred, Paul.
It's good, he does look very smooth here on this final 50 freestyle. Now extending his lead as we expected over Semenenko. It looks like Semenenko may well be pegged back by Luchin in lane number 2, but here comes Sasha Kindred. Let's have a look at the time. It's going to be a great time here from Kindred. It's a fantastic time from Sasha Kindred. 2:40.82. It's a new European record for Sasha Kindred. Well, we didn't expect that because it looked so smooth, but Sasha Kindred is right at the top of his form and a European record.
Well, just coming in third there.
Looks like Semenenko was second and Valinsky it was getting up for third ahead of Luchin, but they were some way adrift of the champion. Sasha Kindred, well, he said his freestyle was looking smooth, and that was a fantastic freestyle leg. He wasn't quite on record pace there, but the freestyle did it for him. Sasha Kindred came back, and it is a lifetime best in the European record. What a swim from Sasha Kindred.
Well, big smiles there from the big man. As Paul said, the most experienced member of the Great Britain team, had his first games debut, Paul, back in Atlanta in 1996. And people ask him often, when are you going to retire, when are you going to retire? Well, I think he sent out a very clear message there as to why he hasn't retired, because he can still keep on carrying out, delivering best times. As I said, the breaststroke, I've seen it look better in times past. This is the freestyle into the finish, and that was definitely the best part of his medley, in my opinion.
Really good for Sasha Kindred. He has been one of the star performers for the GB team this week. That's 2 gold medals to his name and 1 silver in the 50 freestyle yesterday. Absolutely fantastic performance from Sasha Kindred, and he has got a big smile on his face. Sasha Kindred is the European champion in a new European record time of 2:40.82. Semenenko from Ukraine is the silver medalist. Yoav Valinsky from Israel, the bronze. The women's 200 meters individual medley for SM6 athletes. The world record holder, Ellie Simmonds, in lane number 4 for Great Britain. There's Ellie Simmonds. Looking serious there, walking behind the block. She has dominated this event the last few years. It's an event which she didn't do in her early career, but right from the European Championships back in 2009, she has won every major title. Lardier from France in lane number 1. Zavali from Ukraine in lane number 2. What's this young lady going to do? Mareshko finished ahead of Ellie Simmonds in the 50 freestyle yesterday. Can she pose a threat this time? Ellie Simmonds, the world record holder, world champion, Paralympic champion, goes in 4. Oksana Krul from Ukraine in 5. Anastasia Deodorova from Russia in 6. Krul and Deodorova will be away fast. Bjornsdottir from Iceland in lane 7. Fanilish in lane number 8 for Hungary in the outside lane. Ellie Simmonds, world record set at the World Championships last year. 3:04.41. Can she defend her European title? The women's 200 meters individual medley, SM6.
Well, on paper, Simmonds absolutely light years ahead of the rest of the field. Doesn't look it from the start on the butterfly, of course, because that's where she has her main disadvantage because of her height. great butterfly from Oksana Krul. I've seen her already this week, Paul, and she's been looking great. Those arms extended out in front. There we can see superb streamlined position, really minimises the effect of her disability, maximises the effect of what she can do. But it's on the bilateral strokes where Ellie Simmonds really strikes, the backstroke and the freestyle in particular. She's not bad on the breaststroke. Butterfly, probably her weakest stroke, so she's got that one out of the way now, and expect Ellie Simmonds to start moving up through the field. Here we can go. You can see Ellie Simmonds, lovely shoulder roll, very, very even. Oksana Krul, butterfly kick on the back. The same for Anastasia Diadrova. But outside that, Marashenko going well, Paul.
Yeah, Marashko going very well. It's very interesting. We haven't seen Marashko at the major championships. We know that she's a very strong freestyler. She's just ahead of Ellie Simmonds in the fly. And she looks like she's stretching away from Ellie on this backstroke leg. Breaststroke could be vital though. Diadrova, we expected her to go well on the backstroke. And she may go quite well on the breaststroke. It's Mareshko who touches first, Diadrova in second. Ellie Simmonds now will want to get back on terms with Mareshko as they move on to the freestyle. Remember, Mareshko finished ahead of Simmonds on the 50 freestyle yesterday.
Well, Mareshko actually had a cheeky look over there at the rest of the field as these four middle lanes square up. Ellie Simmonds, of course, can deploy that devastating freestyle as she comes home. She is by far and away the best 400-meter freestyler in the world. But actually, this is a good performance from Mareshko, Paul. Wouldn't have expected either her or Oksana Krul to be this close to Ellie Simmonds at this point in the race.
Well, Oksana Krul is going to struggle on the freestyle. I don't think she's going to be a threat to Simmonds or Mareshko, but Simmonds has got a vital lead over Mareshko of some 3 seconds, and that could be very vital when it comes to winning the gold medal, but Ellie Simmonds has just gone off that turn.
Well, the turn from Mareshko was an absolutely awful one, and that really cost her, but she's actually not lost as much ground to Ellie Simmonds as perhaps we thought she should. She should, or she would. Ellie Simmonds looking absolutely great. Hasn't got the limb range that you'd expect from a great freestyler, but nevertheless, it's the balance that makes it count.
And she's coming into the final 5. Let's have a look at the clock. What a time from Ellie Simmonds. It's 3:04.07. It's another world record performance for Ellie Simmonds of Great Britain. What a swim from Ellie Simmonds. She wins it in a new world record, 0.4 faster than their old mark, which was set last year. Ellie Simmonds takes the gold. Mareshko, what a battle she put up to win the silver medal. A real fight for the bronze. It went to Diadrova, just touching out Oksana Krul at the end. But Ellie Simmonds, well, she was pressurised, and I think that's where the big time came from. Mareshko was right there up until the end of that breaststroke leg.
Well, it was an absolutely blistering swim for Mareshko. She absolutely shattered her personal best. And a fantastic swim from Ellie Simmonds. Goes without saying, doesn't it? She really, really needed not only to win this race, but to win it in a good time. She needed that for herself, her own motivation. She's so far ahead of the rest of the field that she needs to prove to herself that she's still improving, that the move to Loughborough has made sense, and that the work that she's doing there is adding up. Big smile on her face. Loves winning, but absolutely loves improving as well.
Well, she famously set a world record in this event. It was the first world record that was set in the London Olympic pool at the Olympic and Paralympic Games trials back in 2012. She likes this event very much indeed, and she has dominated it for the last few years. Mareshko could be the one that pushes Ellie Simmonds on to even greater things. Here's the finish. There is no one in sight, but Ellie Simmonds, she wasn't slowing down one bit. And that world record time was the result.
Well, like all great performances, it's always easy to spot a little fault in there, breathing inside the final 5 meters. Could have been even slightly quicker. And she managed to keep that head down. Of course, easier said than done. when you're in the closing stages of the 200 medley, the lung buster.
The women's 200 meters individual medley title goes to Ellie Simmons in a new world record time. Mereshko the silver for Ukraine, and the bronze goes to Russia's Anastasia Diodorova. Oh, nice bit of action early on, Giles. Given the swimming a rest at the moment, we have some medal ceremonies, and it's the medal ceremonies from this morning's races. I had 3 finals conducted this morning. And those will be the 3 medal ceremonies we will go to now. The first one is the men's 200 meters individual medley for the SM5 classification. Medalists. The medals being presented by Agnes Sheilak from IPC. And the mascots being presented by a gentleman with a very famous surname in these parts. We are in the Peter van der Hogenband swimming pool, and that's Peter van der Hogenband's father presenting the mascot. The bronze medalist was Roman Zdanov from Russia. Just 16 years of age, the Russian. This is the silver medalist, Zapatakis from Greece. Nice on the good leg, especially the breaststroke. Made a lot of ground on that breaststroke leg of the 200 IM. And he's quite pleased with that. What a great swim. To win the gold, Andrew Mullen from Great Britain. A really decisive swim from Andrew Mullen. He won it by a big, big margin. A time of 3:06.78. So when he's, I was going to say his first major title, but he won the title last night in the 50 meters butterfly. So it's his second major title for Andrew Mullen in a personal best time. Andrew Mullen takes the gold for Great Britain. Andrew Mullen, getting used to that top spot on the podium. Said Zdanov from Russia, 16 years of age. Andrew Mullen only 17. So 2 the young swimmers, the young up-and-coming swimmers in Europe on the podium. A good start to the evening and a good final session for Great Britain. As it currently stands, they are top of the medal table. 17 gold medals against Ukraine's 15. Still a long way to go here at these championships. We are just about halfway through, just over halfway through. 3.5 days gone, 3.5 to go. This is the women's 200 meters individual medley, SM5. We saw this final this morning too. Natalia Shestopal, Ukraine, finished very, very well. She was not in the medal positions until very late on in that race. She's moved into the bronze medal position in the last couple of strokes. Teresa Perales, well, she led them out through halfway. When they got onto the breaststroke, Teresa Perales started to drop back down the field. Very strong butterfly and backstroke, and of course freestyle. The breaststroke leg is her downfall here, because this young lady, Sarah Louise Wrong, another gold for the Norwegian. A relative newcomer to the Paralympic programme. She had an accident just about 5-6 years ago. She's coming to Paralympic sport late. She loves taking the major titles for Norway. Smile from Sarah Louise Wrong, identified by the International Paralympic Committee as one of the ones to watch as we move towards Rio in 2016. She's certainly been one to watch at these championships. Another gold medal for the Norwegian. It's her third gold medal of these Europeans. One more medal presentation to come. It's the men's 50 Freestyle S13. Well, there hasn't been many S13 events for men at these championships. So the swimmers here to make advantage of their limited events that they have here. Only 50 and 100 freestyle, I think, for these swimmers at these championships. Third position, Golentovsky from Russia. Very close, 24.55. Golentovsky, Denisenko. Here's the world champion. Thought he may challenge here for the gold medal. Time of 24.00. Was only 0.25 away from the world record as it stood before this final, because it was broken by this man from Belarus. Ihar Boki took it in 23.21. And he was miles ahead of the others. Very often in a 50 freestyle race, it's difficult to see who is in the lead. Lots of splash coming up from the swimmers as they approach the wall. But there was no doubt about this one. Ihar Boki taking it in 23.21, a new world record time. The medal, the mascot, and the world record holder's bouquet. We'll hear for the first time at these championships the anthem of Belarus. Ihar Boki, 5 times a gold medalist in the London Paralympic Games in 2012. First time we've seen him on the medal podium, gold medal spot here at these European Championships. The first opportunity he's had for it. So it's 1 gold medal out of 1 attempt for Ihar Boki of Belarus. S13 class, of course, swimmers with a visual impairment, these swimmers with partial vision. They leave the medal podium. They will be heading to our next event. Which is there's a new event here actually to the championship program. Very often at the major championships, the lower numerical classifications. So these swimmers due out in around about a minute's time. But we did see just about 10-15 minutes ago the first dead heat for the gold medal position that we've had at these championships. And what a race that was, Giles.
It was. Look, Claire Cashmore at this point not even in it at all, and it really is in the last 3 meters. You have to say that she pulled level at this point because Vladikina has got quite a height advantage over Claire Cashmore, so she's got a longer reach. And Cashmore did well there. She's really revamped her training. And here we go, you can see slightly on the diagonal, so it's a bit difficult to see. But you can see Vladikina's hand clearly under the water there. She times it just perfectly, but so does Claire Cashmore. Oh, it's difficult to see.
Well, they couldn't split them at all.
Couldn't split them at all. I'd love to know the thousandths split. They can do that with these touch pads. Once again, oh, who gets it there, Paul?
I call it a draw, I think.
Okay.
Well, that's going to be the result. We'll see that presentation shortly. Going to have to make time for Rob Wellborn's mum.
Yeah, well, there's always time for party hats.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
If you're gonna, it is warm in here.
It is.
You've got the fan there. Rob Wellborn's biggest fan. The Danes having a discussion here. The Dutch could have some big swims later on tonight. Tim might be on later on. I don't know who Tim is, but we'll find out. Tim is Bandura, maybe. Rana ready for the next event. The men's 100 meters backstroke for the S2 classification. As you can see, some S1 swimmers swimming up for this event. It is a combined event, it's an S2 event, so 1 set of medals will be presented. We will keep an eye on the records. The record was broken in the heats by Hennady Boyko. Anton Cole, one of the S1 swimmers, he goes in lane number 1. Jacek Czech from Poland in lane number 2. Aristidis Makrodemitris from Greece, the world record holder in the S2 class. He will enter from the side. Dmitry Kokrev, well, took it easy in the heats this morning. Expect something special from the Russian, as we've seen all week. Sergei Palamarchuk did beat Kokorev earlier in the week. Can he do it again? Panabratets from Ukraine goes in 6. Hennady Boyko, world record setter this morning in the heats in the S1 class. Christos Stampaksis from Greece in lane number 8. Entering the pool from the side. Makro Dimitris just making his way across from the other side. And they're just waiting for Makro Dimitris to get close to his lane before they put Christos Stampaksis in the water. There he goes. It's great watching the start of these S1 and S2 swimmers, isn't it, James?
Yeah. Coaches holding the feet against the start, not allowed to assist in propulsion when it comes to the start. They have to just release them. And all of these swimmers, all 8 of them, arms will start turning over as soon as they hear that gun. Interestingly, most have their ears below the surface of the water, Paul. It's only Palmarchuk of the Ukraine in lane number 5 who had his head up to be able to hear the sound better, but it didn't actually do him any good because it was Kokorev and Makro Dimitris that got the best start. This is Kokorev already taking this race.
Well, this is a new event on the major international program. Previously, the S1 and S2 swimmers swam 50 meters backstroke. Now this one has been introduced, so these swimmers will swim 50 and 100 meters backstroke. And when you look at what they swim in freestyle, there's very few of the S1 and S2 swimmers that do swim on their front in the freestyle events. Most of them swim on the back, so the IPC decided to put an extra event on, and it's an extra backstroke event. We're coming to halfway now. Kokorev, as we thought, leads them in. The world record has got to be under threat here. 1 minute point 24 for Kokorev. Palmarchuk in second. Jacek Czech in third. It's very close though. Makro Dimitris in fourth.
Well, Kokorev did well around the wall there. Very workmanlike, hand on the wall, spun himself around as quickly as he possibly could. Makro Dimitris in lane 3, however, did not go real well round the wall, and I think that may cost him a medal position unless he can claw back ground against Czech. In the red hat on the outside, on the far side of your picture there, nearest to us. Palmarchuk moving out slightly on Kokorev, both using the classic double arm backstroke style that we see so often in S1, 2 classes. And a much higher stroke turnover there, Paul. He might take Kokorev here.
Well, he's moving up alongside Kokorev. It's going to be a real grandstand finish here. Kokorev is finishing. Palmarchuk is finishing faster. Who's it going to go to? It's Kokorev takes it. And a new world record time of 2:07.63. Half a second ahead of Palmarchuk, who is also inside the world record mark. And Makro Dimitris did indeed get ahead of Jacek Czech for the bronze medal position. Let's keep an eye on Hennady Boyko coming in now. He's improved his time from this morning, and he will also claim a world record for the S1 classification, improving by some 4 seconds from this morning. But what a finish there. Dmitry Kokorev and Sergei Palamarchuk coming in together, both inside the world record mark. Dmitry Kokorev was just about good enough.
Well, Kokorev took it out and had a much higher rev on the way out, much higher stroke rate, but started to die. He still managed to set a new world record, but Palmarchuk, well, really starting to pile the pressure on now.
That's Hennady Boyko setting a new world record for the S1 class Remember, a combined event, this one, S1s and S2s swimming together for the one set of medals, but that's Paralympic inside the world record time, but not quite good enough for the goal. Here's the finish, Giles.
Well, and you can... Kokorev at this point, it's almost like he's going backwards. Paralympic still going absolutely hell for leather. Swam a much more even race. You can see Paralympic can't get his hands right over the top of his head, hasn't got quite the shoulder range. And Kokorev actually just forgets about doing a final stroke recovery as normal and just shoves his hands forward. He must have known that Paralympic was closing on him all the time.
He would have been able to see him definitely right next to him. Paralympic didn't get the finish that he might have hoped for. Could have been a goal to the Ukrainian.
Well, these swimmers waiting to be assisted out the pool. We've seen some fairly interesting coaching styles, Paul, of how coaches hoik their swimmers out of the water.
Well, that was quite gentle.
It was actually. It had an element of finesse to it. Some coaches, you can tell whether if their swimmer hasn't perhaps performed as well as possible, because they get lifted out of the water with some gusto.
Dmitry Kokorev takes another gold medal at these championships in a new world record time. Sergei Paralympic from Ukraine, also inside the world record in silver medal position. Aristides Makrodimitis, the bronze, and Hennady Boyko takes a world record in the S1 class. The women's 100 backstroke S2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the athletes for the women's 100 meters Backstroke S2 final.
Again, this is a new event to the program. Well, just looking at the swimmers coming out here. Stikoenko from Russia in lane number 1. She's there. She is an S1 swimmer. We'll have a look for her time. Just 13 years of age. Maria Kalpakidou for Greece. She goes in lane number 2. Just looking at the swimmers going in now. Do look like we haven't got a list there of the swimmers in lane number 3. It does look like there is Ingrid Thunen going in lane number 3. I'll have to check our system here. It definitely didn't appear on the start list, that name. Ila Savecka goes for Ukraine in 4. Arina Sotska for Ukraine in 5. Agafonova, the world record holder, in 6. Janet Adami in 7, and Semenova from Ukraine in 8. That is Ingrid Thunen. And not appearing on our start list here. I did think she would be in this final, so that is unusual not to see the name here. But Ingrid Thunen definitely taking the start for Norway. And she's going to be a big threat in this one. That's Ila Savecka. She will be the favourite, marginal favourite for this one. Sotska will be a threat. Agafonova, record-breaking form in the butterfly yesterday. She's a record holder in this one. There's Janet Adami. And Semenova will complete the lineup there in lane number 8. Again, a little bit of a variation on the styles this one. We saw the men pretty much using the same form of starts. A number of the swimmers are doing that, but some hanging on to the blocks. Janet Adami, for example, was quite high there at the start. But, well, Ingrid Thunen there in lane number 3. She may well threaten, but Ila Savecka, Sotska and Agafonova will also be looking to try and claim the first title of these European Championships.
Well, good as you said, Paul, to see swimmers in the S2 and S1 classes doing 100 metres. In the backstroke, there's absolutely no reason why not. The lead here being taken out by Elizaveta of the Ukraine. Looking very smooth, managing to maintain a good body position. A lot of these swimmers really leaving it to the last minute when they get in on the start. The pool water very cold for race temperature. And swimmers in these classes in particular, their body temperature is so important, the temperature of their muscles affecting their performance, so everyone waiting until everyone's in place. That's a pretty good turn. It's an absolute shocker of a turn from Agafonova.
Yes, indeed, and she lost a lot of ground there. Agafonova was in a good position as they came into that turn, but as they came out, Irina Sotska went ahead of the Russian. And Elizaveta is now 3-4 meters in the lead, but Sotska coming back. Thunen and Agafonova now fighting it out for the bronze medal position. Looks like Elizaveta may well have this one.
Well, Svetska doing very, very well to keep her feet up as high as possible, keeping a good flat body position. She's doing that by, every time she pulls, you can see she pushes her head back. By pushing her head back, that changes the balance of her body and brings her feet closer to the surface.
Well, coming into the last 5 now, I can tell you, this is going to be a massive world record. Look at the world record mark there. Look at the time. 2:16.31. The world record has been broken by 30 seconds. A 30-second new world record for Gana Elizaveta from Ukraine. Irina Sotska in second. And, well, it may well have been Ingrid Thunen from Norway in third, just ahead of Agafonova, but it's a new event. The record hasn't really been well established, but what a performance for Elizaveta.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see the record being broken a lot more now that this event has been introduced. People are going to start taking it much more seriously, start training specifically for it. But really, really superb performance from the lady from the Ukraine.
It was good. She led from the start. Agafonova there. She challenged up until the turn, but my goodness, it wasn't a good turn for Agafonova. That really lost her some ground. I think she actually ended up in 4th position, just being overtaken by Ingrid Thunen. It was all about that turn for Agafonova.
Yeah, she had to touch with her head and then spin her feet round. And she sort of double touched with her head. It was all a bit clunky. This, of course, the winner. As she comes into the final 5 meters, you can see her tipping her head back. And she just rolls over there to make sure she gets the full reach to touch the wall. You can see her hands going in at kind of 10 and 2. So she wants to be able to touch at 12 o'clock. Her hands are on a clock face. She wants to be able to reach right directly above her head. She can't do that, so she rolls ever so slightly when it comes to this last stroke. There we go, increasing her reach, shortening the distance between her and the wall, and therefore making a quicker time. Big smile.
And S2 swimmers.
And some kisses.
It's S2 swimmers, of course. Oh. Affected in all 4 limbs there, these swimmers, and you can see the effect that Elizaveta has on her hands. We're not going to be able to get an official result. We did have Ingrid Thunen finishing in 3rd, we think. She wasn't on the official start list for some reason, but we'll bring you that result when we have it. We think it was Elizaveta, Sotska and Thunen were the medalists. The men's 50 freestyle S11. Swimmers with no vision. We move to the opposite end of the pool for the start. 1 length of the pool. 50 meters freestyle.
Well, we've talked about the importance of the tappers in the S11 class. None of these swimmers can see, and so they have someone to hit them on the back of the head with a carbon fiber pole with a squashy ball on it, and that means that they've got a set number of strokes till they get to the wall, but of course the 50 of all events, so important with the finish. On paper, the guys in the middle lane split by less than half a second. Smirnov, a big Ukrainian. You gotta say, Paulie, he doesn't look in the best of shape at this meet. Makowski, Poland.
Yeah, Viktor Smirnov, multi-Paralympic gold medalist, 13 medals in all. Stretching back to Athens in 2004. Rishka, Zalewski, Mashenko, Chekarov, Smirnov, Makowski, Koval, Divilatis. That's the lineup for the men's 50 freestyle S11.
Well, they're away, and it's the middle two lanes that are up first. Chekarov and Smirnov both going well. Important to swim squarely down the lane on this 50 meters freestyle in lane 5. It's Chekarov who's doing a great job. High stroke turnover.
It is Chekarov who's come away from the rest of the field. Maschenko and Smirnov side by side. It's Chekarov who gets it though. 26.774 for Chekarov. Smirnov in the silver medal position and Maschenko in the bronze medal position. 26.77 against 27.30. It was a clear victory. I think that was a bit of a celebration. Yeah. Somersault there at the end by Chekarov.
It was a very, very well executed 50 freestyle. Interestingly enough, he used a much shorter tapping strategy, which meant that he only had 2 arm strokes before hitting the wall. Had to react quickly, but of course, the advantage of that means that there's much less room. Here we go. See, everyone else getting tapped now, he doesn't get tapped till there. And what that means is that there's no margin for another stroke to creep in, a half stroke, and what it does, he gets his tap very late, finishes almost on the full extension. The other swimmers getting tapped much, much earlier, making it harder. This is him again. And he's not tapped until now.
Excellent swimming there from Chekarov. He really pulled away. After the dive, it was all pretty even when they got into the middle of that race. Here we go. Now he doesn't know yet. He can't see, obviously. He's listening to that. And here is his tapper. I think that was a bit of a signal.
Yeah.
Smirnov, a second position finish for Viktor Smirnov. Alexander Chekarov takes the men's 50 freestyle S11. He is the European champion ahead of Viktor Smirnov and Alexander Maschenko. The women's 50 meters freestyle S11. World record holder Cecilia Camellini goes in lane 5 next to the Swedish swimmer in great form, Maya Richard in lane 4.
Well, news out of the Pan American Games in Pasadena, California is that Mary Fisher of New Zealand recently gone 30.96, just 2/100ths of a second outside of Camellini's world record, Paul.
Parapan Games going on as we speak. Actually, it's day 2 of those games. Finals will be taking place overnight. There's Camellini, not on the best of form. Can she get close to her world record time? Can she send out a statement to the rest of the world? Maya Richard will pressurize her. Lavrova, Podobna, Schulter, Richard, Camellini. The young Elizabeth Egel, the 13-year-old from Estonia. Jana Brezhna and Martina Rabellini. Goes in lane number 8, the second Italian. Maya Richard looked very, very good in the heats. The final of the women's 50 freestyle S11.
Well, Camellini was away the best from where I could see. and evens now as they go down the pool. Camellini, the Paralympic gold medalist, but she didn't medal last year at the World Championships. Rijkaard, the Swede, going very well. She's just whacked the lane rope, though. That'll cost her a bit of time, and it has, in fact, cost her the lead, Paul. This is Camellini coming through.
Camellini now in the last 5 meters. It's going to be another goal to Italy. Camellini's going to take it. Have a look at the clock. 31.13. It was a good time for Cecilia Camellini. Just 0.2 of a second outside her own world record mark. Camellini did get it, though. She came away in the closing stages there after Maya Richard just seemed to stall on that lane rope with about 15 to go. It's another goal for Italy. Silver to Sweden with Richard, and Daniela Schulte takes the bronze from Germany. The 3 experienced swimmers staying ahead of the youngsters in the 50 freestyle.
Well, the real variables in S11 swimming. How square can you swim down the lane, and how well are you going to get tapped to get that finish right? Camellini did get it right. She wasn't actually the fastest in terms of pure swimming speed, but she got the start right. She didn't hit the lane rope, and she got the finish right. Rijkaard, well, that hit on the lane rope. There you can go, you can see. Now, it doesn't look like much, but I can assure you these lane ropes, they will punish you. In fact, she hits it 3, 4 times. I'm counting, possibly 5 times. Then she starts to move away. Well, by then, the damage has well and truly been done, and she was almost a full body length down on the Italian. Italian also on a short stop with the tapping strategy. Just 2 arm strokes coming into the wall there.
Like a bit of a messy tap at the end there. Maybe a double hit almost for Cecilia Camellini.
A fly swat.
It made no difference. The result of the women's 50 freestyle S11, Cecilia Camellini takes the European title ahead of Maya Richard and Daniela Schulte. More medal presentations now. I like these S11 races. They're very good technically. Just seen an Italian gold medalist in the S11 race. We've got another Italian. Mike van der Zanden. My goodness, I swam against Mike van der Zanden. He never looked like that in the old days. One of the Dutch Paralympic swimmers, Paralympic medalist. Good to see Mike again. Rob Wellborn's dad. Rob Wellborn goes later on for Great Britain in the 400. Yeah, thumbs up. Mr. GB. He's wearing one of the old Great Britain tracksuits from the 90s. Talking about the 90s, this man was in the GB team back then, James Crisp. On the medal podium again. Well done, James Crisp. Bronze medal in the men's SB8 100 metres breaststroke. He knows Mike van der Zanden well. James Crisp about to get married to Katie in 4 weeks' time. Katie's here with James's family. Oh, the young man from Spain, what a swim he had in the heats. Really wasn't expected to feature in the medals. But didn't he swim well, the young 16-year-old? 114.72 in the final. Just 4/100 short of what he did in the heat. A fantastic performance, certainly one to watch for the future. But I think sending a real message to the rest of the world. Federico Morlacci, well, he did say in the absence of Andre Kalina, this event would be up for grabs, and the man who has been the best performer in the S9 class and the SB8 class this week, without exception, has been Federico Molacci. The Italian team having a great time here at the championships, and we will hear for the 7th time the Italian national anthem. Federico Molacci, some way below the other two in terms of height. Certainly James Crisp on that block. He's been mixing it with the big guys over the last couple of years. Australians like Matthew Cowdrey, very successful Aussie swimmer. Federico Molacci winning the gold medal last year at the World Championships with these famous Australians. He's going to be man to watch in Rio, certainly. And now we have the shared gold medal. Both the European champions on the top step of the podium. The bronze medalist from Poland is Paulina Wozniak. Again, a regular medalist at the major championships. Great rival of Great Britain's Claire Cashmore and Alicia Vladikina. Very often in the major championships we have seen these three swimmers on the podium, but never quite like this. Claire Cashmore is the European champion. And what a fantastic swim that was. In a time of 1:20.93. Claire Cashmore takes her first major title in the women's 100 breaststroke SB8. She shares the medal position with the world record holder Alicia Vladikina from Russia, the lady who has dominated this event over the last 5 years. She led in the early stages, but Claire Cashmore did not let her get away. And as they came down that final leg, Cashmore pulled it back and they shared the gold medal position. Oh, it's been a long time coming for Claire Cashmore, but she is the European champion.
Please stay stood if you're able. The national anthem of Russia.
Claire Cashmore and Alessia Radikina are the joint European champions in the women's 100 meters breaststroke SB8. The emotion almost overcoming Claire Cashmore. She has worked so hard to try and get on the top of that medal podium. It has happened for her. 10 years ago she made her debut in the GB international team. She is now the European champion. The men's 200 metres individual medley SM6 final. Yoav Valinsky of Israel. Mamu took the bronze medal in the 400 freestyle. Day one of these championships. Showed that strength in the freestyle leg to come back. To pinch that bronze medal. Miroslav Semenenko, Ukrainian, again on the medal podium. Watch out for him when we come to the backstroke event. He was very strong there in the early stages. Certainly the backstroke was the one where he managed to put distance between himself and the rest of the field, with the exception of the winner, of course. He has his own technique for holding on to the mascot Uki.
And European champion in a time of 2:40.82 and a new European record, representing Great Britain, Sasha Kindred.
What can you say about this man? People have written him off in recent years. He was dominant from the late 90s for a decade. And he's back on the top of the podium and swimming lifetime best times. A new European record for Sasha Kindred of Great Britain. He is the European champion in a new European record time. Well done, Sasha Kindred. He's never failed to deliver at the major championships. First Paralympics back in 1996. First international in 1994 at the World Championships. 20 years at the top. And you'd not bet against him staying there for the next couple of years. TV fans enjoying themselves around poolside. I'm sure that will continue for this next medal presentation. The women's 200 meters individual medley SM6. Anastasia Deodorova from Russia. Takes the bronze medal. Just half a second ahead of Oksana Krul from Ukraine. As the race came to its conclusion, they were having a private battle for a bronze medal. The Russian swimmers lighted Deodorova onto the medal podium. This young lady, well, it's the first championships we've seen her at. Mereshko, we weren't sure how she would perform in the medley. We've seen her as an excellent freestyle swimmer. Her medley swimmer was very, very good. Just lost a little bit of ground on the breaststroke, but a good time and a silver medal for Mereshko. The gold medal winner, Ellie Simmonds from Great Britain, in a world record time of 3:04.07. I don't think she could quite believe that time. It was such a good swim from Ellie Simmonds, pressed in the early stages by Mereshko, by Oksana Krul, by Deodorova. She came away in the breaststroke and the freestyle to take the gold medal for Great Britain. Ellie Simmonds is the European champion in a new world record time. Scenes there, and Ellie Simmonds has been on fantastic form. World record time in the 200 IM, personal best in the 50 freestyle. He was slightly off the pace in the 400, but was never really pushed. Can bring you our result, which we didn't have earlier. The women's 100 meters backstroke S2. Gana Ilicevecka confirmed in first position in a world record time of 2:16.31. Irina Sotska in second for Ukraine, and it was Ingrid Thurnen taking the bronze for Norway. men's 50 meters freestyle final. In the S12 class, Maxim Varaksa has been billed as the fastest Paralympian in water. The world record holder was in the center lane. Fedina from Ukraine qualified in lane 1. He could be a threat. His personal best is 23.5. Omar Font for Spain in lane number 2. Alexander Nevelin Svetov, silver medalist at all the major championships over the last 5 years. To this man, the world record holder, qualified in 23.91, and that looked easy. Dimitri Soleil, he looked impressive. In lane number 5, Sergei Klipper. Well, he may be in for the medals. Daniel Seemann from Germany. And in the outside lane, silver medalist from the Athens Paralympics way back in 2004 in his home country, Charlamopoulos Tiganidis of Greece. Maxim Varaksa qualified 23.91 this morning, easing back. The final of the men's 50 freestyle S12.
Well, Varaksa away very well, but so is everyone else. He's up first ball. Lovely stroke turnover and piercing the surface of the water, and already he's got a third of a body length over the rest of the field. These swimmers can see about a metre in front of them. It's all going to be over very, very quickly indeed.
Maxim Varaksa coming into the last 5. It is going to be another gold medal performance for Varaksa. 23.53 for Maxim Varaksa. He takes the gold, half a second almost faster than he went this morning. Dimitri Soleil was second, 24.02, and Nevelin Svetov the bronze this time for the Russian, 24.26. But there is no doubt about the winner. Maxim Varaksa clearly took that, 23.53.
Well, Varaksa, head down, standard finish, very, very difficult to call. Second, third place just from visual. And you can see how fast they're traveling as the three-quarter bow length wave follows them into the wall, pushes them into the wall. He does well, finishes a bit square, possibly could have rolled over more onto his side. He's only going to see that wall a metre before he hits it, which at this speed, quicker than 2 meters a second, well, he's only going to see the wall about half a second before he hits it.
Maxim Varaksa retains his men's 50 meters freestyle S12 title in a time of 23.53. Dimitri Soleil from Azerbaijan, the silver medal position, and Alexander Nevelin Svetov in the bronze medal position. The women's 50 meters freestyle S12. Oksana Savchenko and Daraya Stokalova, the two Russians, will be two of the favourites for this one. But what can Great Britain's Hannah Russell do? She's had a couple of good swims this week. Can she mix it with the two Russians?
Well, Hannah Russell completely overhauled her training program. She's moved in the UK. She's moved to the High Performance Training Centre in Manchester to come under the expert coaches of Graham Smith and Rob Greenwood there. She really is built for this event, Paul. She's very tall, long-limbed. Will it be good enough to beat Stokalova and Savchenko?
Emily Tilly for Germany goes in lane number 1. 17-year-old German, Irina Glashova from Ukraine in 2. That's a swimsuit, isn't it? Oksana Savchenko in lane number 3, the world record holder. Raya Stokalova, she is in great form. She's going to be tough to beat. Hannah Russell may well be the biggest threat to Stokalova in 4. Naomi Maika Schnitger from Germany, maybe better known as a distance swimmer. And Yarina Matlo from Ukraine. is the final swimmer in this lineup. Yeah, Oksana Savchenko, the world record holder, 26.90. She's certainly not been in that kind of form at these championships. Stokalova will probably be the favourite, but Hannah Russell may challenge. The women's 50 freestyle S12 final is underway.
Well, a superb start there from Hannah Russell in lane 5. Out the blocks the quickest and by far the best underwater. But the speed of Stokalova coming through now in lane 4. Hannah Russell hard over on the lane rope. She really could do with being in the centre lane, but now coming back, Paul.
Hannah Russell really trying hard to get back on terms with Stokalova. It's going to go to Russia, I think. Stokalova just gets it, only by 9/100ths of a second. Gold goes to Russia. Hannah Russell, what a swim that was. 27.51 for the silver medal position. And Savchenko was only 7/100ths behind Hannah Russell for the bronze. As expected, it was the 3 swimmers who fought it out, and Stokalova will take the gold for Russia. But what a fight between these 3.
Well, it was a good time for Hannah Russell. Stokalova a little bit off the boil compared to her best. Here's the finish. Does Hannah Russell just put in a breath there just as we get close to the wall, or is it just the way she tips her head? No, it's just the way the wave comes over. Hannah Russell used to move her head around a lot when she swam. It used to cost her a lot of time. They've done well to even that out. This is Stokalova coming into the finish. Very, very scrappy stroke that she's got. It's all about turnover and power. Finishes very, very square onto the wall.
That was a great contest, wasn't it, between these 3? Stokalova, well, it looked like Hannah Russell got a very good start. And then Stokalova pulled up on the middle section of the race. I think she's just been told that she's done it. Stokalova, well, that just shows what it means to these swimmers here at the championships. Wow, that is a great reaction, isn't it?
Important to remember, of course, these S12 swimmers can't see the clock at the end of the wall, so don't always know where they came from, or even where they came, rather than where they came from. I'm sure they know that. But so they often get told the results as they exit the pool, and so you get to see that reaction sinking into them as the realization sets in.
That was a great reaction, wasn't it? That's the best we've seen, absolutely. Fantastic swimming. Daraya Stokalova takes the gold for Russia. It was very close. 9/100ths behind was Hannah Russell, who gets silver. And a further 7/100ths behind Russell was Oksana Savchenko. Gold and bronze to Russia, silver to Great Britain. The women's 50 freestyle S13. The sprint events continue. Marina Stabrovska from Ukraine, next to the 14-year-old Netherlands swimmer, Stera Veerman. Deborah Font from Spain. In line 3, Joanna Mendak. Has been turning in some great performances. Anna Krivshina, well, she's gone for the same costume style as Savchenko in the previous race. Elena Kravtsov from Germany in lane number 6. Marta Maria Gomez Batelli in 7. Karina Petrakovachova in lane number 8. The world record has stood since 1996, the Atlanta Paralympics. I think Anna Krivshina may well be challenging that mark, and maybe Joanna Mendak, the final of the women's 50 freestyle S13.
Well, great start in lane number 5 from Krivshina. She's already thrown it away because the head style is just adding drag to her with every single stroke. This looks to be Mendak who's going to get the better of her. She's having to work very hard in lane 5 now as they come into the final 10 meters.
It is stroke for stroke. It's Mendak and Krivshina. Very tight. It's all about the finish. It goes to Krivshina. 27.77 for the Russian. She takes the gold. Joanna Mendak the silver. Just 14/100ths behind. And it's Elena Kravtsov from Germany will claim the bronze medal in 28.65. They can hear the announcers here in the stadium. Anna Krivshina realizes that she is the European champion.
Well, it was a good time. Krivshina, I thought, really throwing away time with the uneven body position that she had. But she benefited from Mendak's poor finish. These swimmers can see a maximum of 5 meters in front of them. But even so, judging the depth of vision needed to really hit the wall spot on, still very difficult for them. There's gold and silver in front of you.
It's Krivshina. I don't think it's going to be long before that long-standing record goes. 27.77.
There, that's where it's lost. That's where Mendak loses it. She's in front, in front, in front, and then she just... What happens here? She just... I don't know whether she sees the wall and thinks, right, I've really got to retime my stroke or something like that, but as she's moving closer to the wall, she in command of the race, she almost sees the wall, almost gets frightened by it and loses ground to Krivshina, who eventually takes the gold.
Krivshina finished pretty well there. That was the difference. Anna Krivshina, the gold medalist from Russia. Joanna Mendak takes silver for Poland, and Elena Kravtsov the bronze for Germany. It's all about the small margins here. So we move to another medal ceremony. It's the men's 100 meters backstroke S2. Well, you just saw in those previous 2 races the 50 freestyles. Wow, so close. Men's 100 backstroke for the S2 classification. Another medal for the Greek team. Aristides Makrodimitris. 3rd medal of these championships. And a time there of 2:14.27. This is a new event, of course, 2 Paralympic and European Championship programme. And swimmers do normally swim 50 meters backstroke. They're also swimming the 100 distance. Palamarchuk from Ukraine, well, he was so close to winning another gold medal. He took a gold medal in the 100 freestyle. He thought he may well challenge for this 200. Looked like he was out, sorry, this 100 back. Looked like he was out of contention early on. Managed to come back strongly in the closing stages.
In a time of 2:07.63, a brand new world record representing Russia.
It's a new world record time for Dmitry Kokorev of Russia. Kokorev takes another gold medal for the Russian team, another gold medal for himself. It's the 3rd gold of these championships. Another new world record performance. He accepts the bouquet given to record breakers, world and European record breakers. It's gold to Dmitry Kokorev. of Russia. Medal winners for the men's 100 meters backstroke S2. First medal winners at a major international for this event. Start with a world record performance from Dmitry Kokarev of Russia. Also inside world record was Paralympic of Ukraine. Just looking at the medal table, well, so far, after all the events we've seen tonight, Ukraine and Great Britain, 17 gold medals apiece at the moment, and Russia and 16. So very close between the top three nations here in Eindhoven. Spain with 9 golds and Italy with 8. One of those 17 Ukrainian medals, 17 Ukrainian gold medals, I should say. That's another world record performance. Well, Ingrid Thunheim, she didn't appear on the start list for some reason. Confused us here in the commentary box, but we saw her making her way to the block, and the Norwegian wins her first major international medal. And the bronze medalist in the women's 100 backstroke S2.
Representing Ukraine,
Irina Sotska from Ukraine, the silver medalist. A lady who has been on the medal podium a number of times in recent years. So many S2 events here so far at these championships. A number of events being combined with higher classes. That's why we're seeing these swimmers on the medal podium for the first time. And it's a gold medal for Ukraine, and it was a superb display from Gana Ilisavecka. Gold medal, European champion, new world record holder in a time of 2:16.31. Savecka delighted to be on top of the medal podium. What a great performance that was. A world record performance. She accepts the record breakers bouquet, the mascot, and the medal. Gana Ilisavecka is the European champion. another world record performance here at these European Championships. Lost count of how many record performances we've had. Might bring you that total tomorrow. Certainly seen records at every day of these championships, Worlds, Europeans. So, great performances right across the range of classes. Now for another couple of medal presentations here. Some of the events that happened tonight. We have the men's S11 final 50 freestyle. Totally blind swimmers. Schenko from Ukraine. Takes the bronze medal on this occasion. Champion in 100 breaststroke here in Eindhoven. Next to him, his teammate of many years, Viktor Smirnov. These two Ukrainians, great rivals. Just a tenth of a second between them. Silver going to Viktor Smirnov. Bronze to Maschenko. But in the end, it was a pretty good win. Pretty convincing win for the Russian swimmer, Alexander Chekarov. He is really delighted with that one. He's the oldest swimmer in the field, 40 years of age. Alexander Chekarov. But at 40 years of age, with absolutely no sight at all, he won that in 26.77. That is a great performance from Alexander Chekarov of Russia. He's enjoying himself on the top of the medal podium, and he'll enjoy the anthem of Russia. Loves it on top of that medal podium, doesn't he? Alexander Chekarov, Russian, wins the gold. What a good performance that was. Final medal presentation of this batch is the women's 50 freestyle for the S11 class. Again, we'll hear the anthem of one of the standout countries here at these European Championships. It'll be the anthem of Italy. It'll least a couple of gold medals on each day of competition. They have been really, really good, the Italian team. At the moment, lying 5th in the medal table. Just 1 gold medal behind Spain. The 3 most experienced swimmers in the field were the 3 that are now on the medal podium. Daniela Schulte from Germany with the bronze medal swim in 33.86. Ahead of the youngsters, Podobna of Ukraine, Elizabeth Egel, the 13-year-old from Estonia, Daniela Schulte, the German swimmer, mother of twins. She takes the bronze medal. Maja Rijkaard from Sweden is the silver medalist. Well, we thought she may challenge for the gold, and she did challenge for a long period of that race, but with 15 meters to go, she just seemed to go off course. Very difficult for these swimmers, of course, with no vision, wearing blacked out goggles to try and keep a straight course, moving at speed down the pool. She couldn't quite manage that, and she ended up with the silver medal and the gold medal. It was a great performance from Italian Cecilia Camellini, the world record holder, is now the European champion, and it was not too far away from her own world record mark. Just 0.2 of a second that time, with 31.13 was set by Cecilia Camellini. World record standing at 30.94. We've heard the Italian national anthem once already tonight. We're about to hear it again. Cecilia Camellini wins gold for Italy. Just can't resist that little hop at the end of the Italian national anthem. Federico Morlacci also enjoying that one in the crowd. Already a gold medalist tonight. Cecilia Camellini takes another gold for Italy. These are your medalists for the women's 50 freestyle in the S11 class. Completes the medals at the moment. You go back to the swimming now in the men's 100 backstroke S7. Well, world record held by Jonathan Fox from Great Britain. He was due to be here at these championships, but shoulder injuries ruled him out. Good chance for some of these swimmers here to get in amongst the medals. Andrei Gladkov will probably be the favourite, you would think, although Bohodajko looked very easy in qualification. Gladkov and Bohodajko, expect them to fight it out.
Well, it's a classic technique, isn't it, of Bohodajko? Cruises through the heats, always does just enough. But judging by his 200 medley, he's a man in form, looked very, very good in that on all 4 strokes.
Yeah, Gladkov struggled on the breaststroke leg, was strong in the freestyle, also strong in the backstroke, so this could be quite an interesting one here. I don't think Bohodajko's going to get all his own way. Gladkov was silver behind Jonathan Fox in the World Championships last year. And Bohodajko the bronze, so could be a very good tussle between the two of them. Here's the start list. Bohodajko goes in 3, Andrei Gladkov in 4 for the men's 100 metres backstroke S7.
Well, all of the quickest guys in this race. Bohodajko, Gladkov, Gvanstia. Well, I think the world record will probably be out of reach for those guys, as will the European record. 2-1 the same, set in Sheffield last year in June 2013.
109.52 is the mark, so we'll keep an eye on that. Bocchiaro goes in 1, Kozlenko in 2. There's Bohodajko. 1:16 in qualifying. He's going to be faster than that, I can tell you. Andrei Gladkov, he should also be faster than the 1:12 that he set to qualify fastest. Kavnitsaya from Ukraine. Dino Sinovcic. Well, they may challenge for the medals. Croatia have got big medal hopes for this one because Ante Radi also goes in lane 7. And Hannah Schurman in lane number 8. Well, Kozlenko there in 2. You just see the, as soon as they enter the water there is Gladkov. Looks like Ante Radi there, just using cord there for the start, Giles. The men's 100 backstroke S7 final.
Yeah, unusual for swimmers once you start getting at this end of the classification spectrum. Bohodajko, absolutely sensational underwater. Use the full 15 metres, you're allowed 15 metres underwater before popping out, and he looks very smooth as he goes down the pool, being caught now by the rest of the field. Very good leg kick, but not so good on the upper body. Gladkov, however, the other way round. Be interested to see if Bohodajko can make him pay around the turn as it comes to another underwater section. Well, here we go, watch Bohodajko. Well, no, he can't. Hasn't got the lungs for it. And Gladkov in the lead. Very, very high backstroke style. Possibly too high for my liking, but he's tearing away from Bohodajko as they come now into the final 15 metres, Paul.
Well, this is a great performance by Andrei Gladkov of Russia. It's going to be gold to Russia. Bohodajko is going to take the silver. It's a very fast time, 1:10.13 for Andrei Gladkov. It is outside the world record held by Jonathan Fox, but Andrei Gladkov gets it. 1:10 will take it. Bohodajko in second, and Kavnitsaya from Ukraine will take the bronze medal position, but that's Gladkov. He did take out Bohodajko in that second 50. Bohodajko had to get more from the start and the turn of Andrei Gladkov because the real powerful shoulders of Gladkov was pulling away all the time in the swim.
Well, I didn't expect Gladkov to go quite so quickly there. I think if Boadeko could have made the same gains that he did off the start from the turn, well, he would have certainly got a lot closer to Andrei Gladkov. It takes a lot of training to be able to do the underwater sections well. You have to really, really increase your lung capacity. Now here you can see the amount of bounce that Gladkov has got as his arms spin round. Well, I think, Paul, if he could iron that out, there's no reason why he couldn't challenge that Jonathan Fox world and European record set last year.
Getting a little tiny kick from his leg, but not too much at all. All arm power for Andrei Gladkov to take gold in the men's 100 backstroke, ahead of the 3 Ukrainians, Boadeko taking the silver and Kavnitsaya the bronze. The women's 100 meters backstroke S7. Very interesting race in prospect. Kirsten Brun, the European and world record holder, against the European champion, Susie Rogers of Great Britain. Sabo goes in lane 1 for Hungary. Mari Mäkinen from Finland. I like that name, Mari Mäkinen.
It's a great name.
Mina Clausen, the 17-year-old from Norway, in 3. Kirsten Brun, 44 years of age now. Next to Susie Rogers of Great Britain. Talamona from Italy in lane 6, and Sobocan from Croatia in lane number 7. Kirsten Brun holds the world record. That too was set in Sheffield, similarly to the men's 100 backstroke S7 record back in 2012. Susie Rogers, however, is the reigning champion. The women's 100 backstroke S7.
Well, a good start, especially in lane number 3. Clausen of Norway, and Susie Rogers knocked bad off the wall as well, but Kirsten Brun getting into a lovely smooth backstroke style. The head's back, the hips are up, the shoulders are rolling. This is how backstroke is meant to look. It's absolutely superb. Left arm gets a better entry than the right one. The elbow ever so slightly bent. I don't know if that's related to her impairment or not, but she is absolutely dominating this field. Let's see how she goes around the wall here.
Kirsten Brun will lead. Her impairment, she did get her impairment quite late in life. It was a road accident. She's come into Paralympic sport about a decade ago, and she is leading a substantial lead for Kirsten Brun.
Well, she looks absolutely great. She went round the wall and her legs flicked over. She gets pretty much no push from her legs at all, but didn't stop that from being a really, really great turn. This is a woman who worked very, very hard indeed in training. Good rotation, maintaining that stroke rate as she comes now into the final 10 meters of this race. It's going to be a very quick time, Paul.
It's very quick, not quite a world record, but it'll be good enough for Kirsten Brun. She will be the European champion. Watch out for the roar for Kirsten Brun. There we go. Kirsten Brun is loving it for Germany. Susie Rogers will get the silver, and Mina Clausen after that great start will get the bronze. But Kirsten Brun, you kind of know when she wins because she lets out that massive yell.
Almost like a banshee.
Goodness, it was a great swim from Kirsten Brun. A great time, 1:23.05. Kirsten Brun is the champion. All smiles.
There we go, the swimmers congratulating one another. Always great to see, fantastic camaraderie. Start making their way out of the pool now. There you can see Kirsten Brun's legs. They're really very, very stationary in the water, all about the upper body, but my word, doesn't she do a good job of utilising the shoulders in particular. There you go, you can see a great roll. There's ever so slight movement from the feet, but all it does is add balance to the stroke. All the power, hands go into the water nice and cleanly, lock into the water, then it's high elbow and squirt that power straight out down the side of the body.
Kirsten Brun will take it. Susie Rogers is silver medalist for Great Britain, and Mina Clausen, the bronze medalist for Norway.
In lane 1, representing Russia, Dmitry Bartoszyński.
Well done, Kirsten Brown. The men's 400 metres freestyle S10 is next onto pool deck. Lengths of the pool, Dmitry Bartoszyński qualified in lane 1. It's pretty comfortable qualification for this final. Maxim Isaev in 2. Ludvig Nyren from Sweden in lane number 3. Oliver van der Voort, 16-year-old from the Netherlands. He qualified fastest. What a good time he had. Next to the European champion, the European record holder, Robert Wellborn of Great Britain. He's surrounded by teenagers. Nyren, 17. Van der Voort, 16. Karlinski from Poland, 17. Vanesko from Ukraine, 18 years of age. And Emmanuel Concalves from Portugal in the outside lane. The European record holder in lane number 5, Rob Wellborn. The final of the men's 400 freestyle S10.
Well, on our sheets, the world record is listed as being held by Philippe Gagnon of Canada, 4:04.2, set on the 7th of August 2001. However, last night at the Pan Pacific Championships in Pasadena, California, that world record fell to Ian Silverman of the USA and now stands at 4 minutes and 3 seconds. That is going to cause quite a problem, particularly when it comes to the world stage for Van der Voort of the Netherlands and Wellborn of Great Britain. The early lead being taken out, Paul, by Bartoszyński of Russia. Have a run up at that one.
It's easy for you to say, Jules. Yeah, we didn't. Bartoszyński, it was pretty easy qualification in the heats there. Bartoszyński is going to be one of the threats for the medal. He was a bronze medalist at the World Championships last year. So maybe he just timed it so he'd be out of sight of Rob Wellborn, because we know that Rob Wellborn is so strong in the closing stages. A little bit of a shock if Bartoszyński was to remain at this pace. He's gone out fast, 58.57. Wellborn alongside Van der Voort in the centre lanes.
When we've seen Bartoszyński swim before, he has tended to take the race out and then, well, not so much blow up, but just start to run out of steam, and the rest of the field overhaul him, take the bigger medal positions. But he looks really, really nice at the moment. Quite a scrappy freestyle stroke. The legs come very, very wide apart, particularly as the left arm goes in. And he's breathing every 2. But he's got a big lead now on the field, and I've got to be honest, Paul, it doesn't look like he's going to slow down this time.
2 minutes, 0.23. That's well inside European record pace for Bartoszyński. It's a high turnover, though. Is he going to pay for that in the closing stages?
High turnover, and came out of the turn, breathed straight away out of the turn. I mean, let's face it, his technique is absolutely full of mistakes. You could iron all this lot out in 6 months or so, find an extra few seconds, but it's not mattering here today.
Well, Rob Wellborn is the reigning European champion. He won the title in 2009 and again in 2011. He has moved through into second position. He's 5 seconds behind Bartoszyński. Wellborn, medalist at the Paralympic Games on 3 occasions and 3 times at the World Championships too. But he is now well behind Bartoszyński in the outside lane as they come up to the 300 turn. The European record pace at 300 was 3:04.69, so he's well inside that. We are on for a European record. And Rob Wellborn looks like he's going to lose his crown and his European record here. In 3rd position, Karlinski from Poland, just 1 lane down from Wellborn. But Bartoszyński is looking good here.
It's too much for Wellborn, this, surely. Bartoszyński looking as strong as he comes now to turn for the final length of this 400 freestyle. He looks pretty much exactly as he did on this last length as he did on the first, and that is a very, very good sign of a swimmer in good shape indeed. Rob Wellborn also making a lot of fundamental mistakes, breathing in and out turns. But look at this. This is going to be an absolutely great time from the young Russian.
Into the last 5 meters, it's going to be a phenomenal time. 4:06.14 is a new European record for Dmitry Bartosinsky of Russia. He wins it by something like 6 seconds from Rob Wellborn, who finishes in 4:12.96. Karlinski in the bronze medal position. But the swim in this morning from Bartosinsky, he only qualified in 7th place for this final, but it worked in his favour. He was out of sight, out of trouble, no one could see him. He swam his own race, European record, European champion.
Well, and Rob Wellborn there, I don't think he can quite believe this. I think this has been one of the first genuine shocks of this championships. I didn't see it coming. I don't think you did either, Paul, even with your vast banks of knowledge. Well, here he is. You can see every breathing stroke, the head coming right up out the water, disturbs his body position. You can see the bow wave crashing forward, but he's got such strength at his disposal.
Nearly finished with his head on the wall there.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good finish at all, was it? Wow, very slappy, scrappy.
Scrappy finishes, as you say, almost touches it with his head as quickly as he does with his hand. Well, if he can iron out a lot of these problems. He started, breathed straight out the start, breathed into the turns, breathed out of the turns, head wandering around all over the place, iron those out, he'll go even quicker.
It's a European record for Dmitry Bartosinsky, 4:06.14. Rob Wellborn from Great Britain, the silver, and Patrick Karlinski, the young Polish swimmer, with the bronze. Well, that's not a bad swim at all from Bartosinsky. Knew he might feature there from the outside lane. Very easy heat that he swam, but it was an excellent swim, really unexpected. He was so far ahead at the end. The women's 400 freestyle S10. This one could be very interesting indeed. Elodie Laurandi there, the world record holder from France, 25 years of age. And the other 7 swimmers are all teenagers. Luca Sos, the 13-year-old from Hungary, in lane number 1. Alice Tai, her first major international competition. Well, she's certainly keeping warm. 15-year-old in lane 2. Olivia Jablonska set a European record in the 100 fly a couple of days ago. Elodie Laurandi, not been in the best of form. She qualified fastest though. Bianca Papp from Hungary, the 14-year-old in one of the centre lanes. And Nelly Roulet, the 18-year-old from France, the second French swimmer. Margie Oosterhuis from the Netherlands, the first of the 2 Netherlands swimmers. And the lineup completed by Manon Vermarion. Well, Elodie Laurandi set the world record in the World Championships last year. She is the Paralympic champion. She's the reigning European champion. This would be a real shock if anyone was to challenge Elodie Laurandi of France. It's the women's 400 freestyle S10.
Well, I wonder if Elodie Laurandi was feeling a bit old in the call-up room. 6 years older than the next oldest swimmer in this race. But now that she's into it, doing what she does best, and she looks really, really good in that centre lane. Look, you can even see her hand straight through the water. That is freestyle swimming done right. She'll be first into the turn. tucks up nicely. It's not bad. She breathes out of the turn. Shouldn't do that. If you can hang on, build up your speed, maintain that momentum. Alice Ty of Great Britain with the blue hat at the top of your screen there, doing well to hang on with this field.
I think the medals are there for the taking. Lorandi is big favourite for this one. Bianca Papp doing well. Next to her in the black hat of Hungary, Olivia Jablonska too, who's there. Alice Ty is in 3rd position. It's a good performance by the 15-year-old GB swimmer. Lorandi, well, she has got the lead. And it's about a body length, but things are not over by any means.
Well, Jablonska, excuse me, of Poland, just on the corner of your screen with the red hat there. Keeps drawing level with Alice Ty and with Papp on the other side of Elodie Lorandi, but watch as she goes around this wall. She may well lose that ground that she's built up again. There we go. Half a body length down against Alice Ty, went in pretty much level. If Alice Ty of Great Britain can maintain this pace, that might be where she finds Jablonska out. Elodie Lorandi still in front. Stroke rate starting to slow a little bit. I don't know that she's got the best fitness coming into these European Championships, Paul.
Well, certainly we saw that in the 100 butterfly. She was one of the favourites for the 100 butterfly title. She went out very fast, leading the field at 50, but she finished in 7th at the end. So stamina may be a problem for Lorandi. A real battle here for the silver medal position at the moment. Alice Ty doing a great job for GB, Bianca Papp for Hungary, and Olivia Jablonska for Poland. Those 3 all in a row. The 4 swimmers now getting away from the remainder of the field.
Well, there's nothing to choose between Ty, Jablonska and Papp as they come now into the turn. Will Jablonska make the same mistake? Well, no. She seems to have managed to inject a bit of snap into that turn. She's still lost ground against Alice Ty, but not as much.
Lorandi now is stretching a lead with every stroke. The lead is probably about 4 or 5 meters now. Elodie Lorandi is now coming down with 100 to go. It looks like the gold is going to go to France, as we thought that it might. Jablonska now putting on the pressure. She moves into 2nd. Alice Ty in 3rd position, making her international debut at these championships. Alice Ty is doing a great job for Great Britain. Bianca Papp in 4th position. I don't think the Hungarian is going to come back into the medal positions. I think it's going to be Lorandi for the gold. Jablonska and Ty fighting out for the silver and bronze.
Well, Jablonska turning the screw now on Alice Ty of Great Britain. Despite those turns, she looks as though she's got the better of the Brit. This is going to be Elodie Lorandi's race to win. She really looks like she's improved since we saw her swim in the butterfly. Very classic distance freestylers stroke. Very little bend of the elbows, the arms coming over. Straight, very smooth indeed. Alice Ty doing well to hang in there for 3rd. It's going to be Jablonska for 2nd, much more scrappy.
Here comes Lorandi, disappointed with the 50, devastated by the 100 fly. She wins the title in the 400 freestyle. Jablonska, the silver. Alice Ty on her international debut takes the bronze for Great Britain, just ahead of Bianca Papp from Hungary and Anel Roulet from France in 5th position. But it's a look of delight, a look of relief in some ways for Elodie Lorandi. She has retained her European title. It was hard work, but it was a great performance. And look at these 2 youngsters. Alice Ty can hardly believe it, the GB swimmer. 15 years of age, she's taken a bronze medal at the European Champs.
Well, it was a good swim from Alice Ty, and it was also a good time for Jablonska. Not an amazing time for Elodie Lorandi, but in the end, it didn't really matter. We'll be hearing the French national anthem tonight.
She's happy, Lady Laurandi.
Well, here we go. You can see distance freestyle here. This is towards the end of the race. She's picked her leg kick up. It's no longer just serving as balance, but drive as well. And she reaches for the wall. Finishes fairly well.
5 meters in it. At the end of the day, Laurandi takes it from Jablonska. And Alice Ty, the bronze medal for Britain. Alice Ty takes the bronze for Great Britain, 4:47.52. Jablonska, the silver for Poland, but the champion, Elodie Laurandi of France. We are moving on now to another victory ceremony. The men's 50 meters freestyle for S12 already at their medal positions. This is the men's S12 50 meters freestyle presentation. Alexander Nevlin Svetov, who's been a silver medalist in this event, all the major championships. He's dropped 1 place to bronze. Saw him do a very good backstroke swim a couple of days ago. Bronze this time in the 50 freestyle. A man who has been on excellent form at these championships, making a real leap forward in his new country of Azerbaijan. Dimitri Salai. Saw him swimming in the UK earlier this year in Glasgow. Maybe just to get a feel of the pool that will host the World Championships next year. The IPC World Swimming Championships will be in Tollcross in Glasgow next year. Dimitri Salai, I'm sure, will be back there. Good performance to take the silver in 24.02. But the big man, a man who has not been beaten since he came on to the Paralympic scene back in 2006. He holds the world record 22.99. 22.99 for a visually impaired swimmer. He has billed as the fastest Paralympian in water. He is Maxim Varaksa, and he won that just half a second outside his world record in a time of 23.53. Maxim Varaksa, the champion. Maxim Varaksa retains his title, maintains that great record that he has in this event. women's 50 meters freestyle S12 presentation. And what a close contest this was. Really difficult for us to see who touched first. Oksana Savchenko has been a couple of years out. She's still making the podium on her comeback here. Oksana Savchenko, 27.58, some way outside her own world record mark of 26.90. And Oksana Savchenko, she is certainly a force still to be reckoned with. Just 7 100s ahead of Savchenko. Great Britain's Hannah Russell. What a good swim from Hannah Russell. She has been right at the top of her form this week at the championships. That's what you want to do. You want to be at your best at the major championships of the year. And that's exactly what Hannah Russell has been able to do. Silver medalist in the 50 freestyle S12, Hannah Russell. There was only 16 100ths of a second between first and third, only 9 100ths between first and second. But the gold goes to Russia. Daraya Stukalova takes another gold medal at these championships for the team of Russia. Could have gone anywhere. We saw that fantastic reaction when she found out she'd won the gold medal. The gold medalist is Daraya Stukalova of Russia. Stukalova, well, I think she enjoyed that one. Alongside a more illustrious teammate, you have to say, Oksana Savchenko, with a fantastic record over the years. But the youngsters catching the champion now, Oksana Savchenko, Stukalova and Hannah Russell, gold and bronze for Russia and Great Britain respectively. Next medal presentation is for the women's 50 freestyle in the S13 class. Lena Kravtsov. What a swim this young lady had in the breaststroke on day one of these European Championships. She takes a bronze here in the women's 50 freestyle. Two swimmers in gold and silver position. Joanna Mendak, well, signalling there up to the Polish supporters in the crowd. 27.91. It's not that often you see swimmers get close to the long-standing world record held by Yvonne Hopp of Germany. That was set way back in 1996 at the Paralympic Games in Atlanta. 27.91. I thought that the record may well be challenged by this young lady. Anna Krushina of Russia is the champion in a time of 27.77. It wasn't a perfect swim for the Russian, but I think that it's only a matter of time before that record, which has stood for 18 years, is challenged by someone, and it's most likely to be the new European champion, Anna Krushina of Russia. Krushina of Russia takes the gold medal. Just having a look at the medal table as it stands. Ukraine led overnight. Briefly, Great Britain topped the gold medal tally. And Ukraine and Great Britain are equal now on 17 golds apiece. But it's Russia who are leading the way with 18 golds. So 18 for Russia, 17 from Ukraine and 17 for Great Britain. Well, we'll be moving in to the next event. Last two events of the evening, and it's the relay events. Well, we love these, Giles. The relay events always very exciting. The lead could change hands. It's all about classifications in the relay. It's the 20-point relays tonight. The men's and women's 4x50 meters. 20 points is the maximum, and a swimmer's classification, if they are an S2, that earns them 2 points, and the total points of all the 4 swimmers cannot add up to more than 20.
Absolutely, Paul. Well, I think we're going to see the Ukrainians lead this relay out. They'll then be caught as they use fewer points through the middle part of the relay with Vinohradets and Derovinsky before switching to Bohodeko, who's the 7 on the back end. I've got to say, the Russians look very good on paper, very evenly spread points team. That's really the secret to relay success.
The Ukrainians, they are supporting their team. They have a team in this first relay, which is the men's 4x50 freestyle. 20 points. Spain, Ukraine, Russia and Greece. That's the 4 teams. Well, Richard Larive will lead off for Spain. 1 length of the pool for each of these swimmers. I think Spain have got a chance too. Semenenko, just see him there, taking the tracksuit top off. He leads off for Ukraine. In lane number 5, Zikin will lead off for Russia. Ioannis Kostakis will be the leading swimmer for Greece. Well, got to expect that Semenenko will lead out for Ukraine, but that would mean he's used 2 more points than the Spanish team and the Russians, and they will make those points up later in the race as they have higher class swimmers in comparison to the lower class swimmers for the Ukrainian team.
Well, the Spanish team running on 19 points. It's a 20-point relay, but you don't have to use all 20 points.
That'd be a good effort if they could win with 19 points, but if that's their fastest combination, and that's what they go with. A lot of calculations will have gone into these teams, into the combinations of the classes, the order that the swimmers swim in. Lizikin for Russia. Semenenko going from the block, the other starting in the water. Semenenko leads, Uribe in second for Spain, Lizikin for Russia in third position at the start.
Well, there's that amazing butterfly kick from Semenenko. Classic relay ordering from the Ukrainians. Second fastest goes first, slowest goes second, third fastest goes third, and then on the anchor leg, the quickest leg will come in the form of Bohodeyko. This is the Ukrainians now. Mustn't move before it hits. And it's a very, very safe changeover indeed. As Vinohradets, the S3 swimmer, very, very high spinal break he'll have, doing well to keep good body position.
This is where the Spanish and the Russian teams may come back now. They've got Ricardo Ten and Kirill Popov making ground on the Ukrainian swimmer, but if Ukraine can still be in the lead here at the halfway stage, this is good news for the Ukrainian team.
Well, the Ukrainians are doing a superb job at defending this lead with a 3, with both the other sides coming back at them with a 5. Ukraine now go on to a 4 in the shape of Derevinsky. Spain will go to Gordillo, and Russia will go to Zdanov, an S5. And here comes the Russians now, moving up in lane number 5.
And also going well for Spain, Jordi Gordillo coming back now. But on the last leg, as you said, Giles, it's Bohodeyko for Ukraine against Sebastian Rodriguez of Spain and Klyagin of Russia. Ukraine have held the lead ever since Semenenko took that first leg. It looks like they are going to retain this lead. And with Bohodeyko on the last leg, surely Ukraine are unbeatable.
Well, I have to be honest, I don't think the others stand a chance against Bohodeyko. Well, there he goes, outboard motor, a pair of legs start going. And those arms, particularly the good arm, he swings that over very, very quickly to get that in the water and get it driving. Rodriguez going well of Spain, but looks to me to be being caught by the 1 point up and overhauled by Klagin.
Ukraine are in. Bohodeyko wins it for the Ukrainian team in a time of 2:28. Rodriguez is in second position ahead of Klyagin. It was very tight at the finish, but Spain got the touch there. And it was Ukraine. They held the lead for Semenenko in the first leg. They never surrendered that lead, and Bohodeyko brought them home in front, ahead of Rodriguez, who held on to second position very well there. Klyagin was in third position for the Russian team.
Well, Klyagin was coming back on the final leg, but just ran it out of pool. There's Bohodeyko. What a sensational night of swimming he's had. This, the opening leg, Semenenko of Ukraine. Lovely undulating stroke, generating power, the low pressure that gets stored in the hips gets released at the end of the feet. This is the end of the third leg, the changeover. And Bohodeyko into the water like a torpedo. And you can see here his asymmetric stroking style, but does well to not let that stump arm just slip through the water too quickly.
Yeah, nice finish as well. Finished on his good arm there. Borodeko bringing the Ukrainian team home. We have to wait for the official result. It's always a nervous wait for the relay teams. You don't know about the changeover as well. Were they safe? Certainly that last one looked safe. We do have the result though. Ukraine will take the European title in a time of 2:28.41, with Spain the silver medalist and Russia the bronze. Well, Ukraine celebrating there. Seems to be just a small delay here before we move on to the next relay race. You see there, Borodeko, no one in sight on this final leg. He is such a great competitor, Borodeko. Finishing there, a good finish, looking round to the scoreboard and looking round to see the other teams coming in, Spain and Russia.
Yeah, he'd be a real asset to any team.
Well, the women's freestyle relay is next up. It's the last swimming action we have. Of course, stay with us for the medal presentations for the remainder of tonight's event. Hungary, Ukraine, Russia and Norway. These are the 4 teams taking the start in the women's 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. Well, Hungary quite often have a team in this lower class women's relay, the 20-point women's relay. Got a number of swimmers in the lower numerical classes. They always seem to be able to turn out a team and have won medals at the major championships in the past. Remember famously in Atlanta, where they finished in 4th position, I think. The top 3 teams all got disqualified and Hungary took the gold.
Well, you got to take it where you can get it. Hungary really built their team around Kathleen Engelhardt. She'll take the 3rd slot for them, the S5. I think expect to see the Ukrainian team take this out again as with the male. Starting off with one of their quickest swimmers, slightly different approach this time. As the Hungarians, they will start with Adami.
Ukraine will start with Mareshko, who had that great battle against Ellie Simmons in the 200 meters individual medley. Gavrilyuk from Russia will be on the first leg for the Russian team. They go in lane number 5. And Norway, I think this is the first time I've seen Norwegian team in this relay. Of course, they finish with the S1 swimmer, Ingrid Thurnen. Sarah Louise Rong on the opening leg for Norway. The women's 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points.
Well, the men's relays really went with a classic style of ordering that we talked about just now. Women's races, pretty much all of the women's teams, just at a glance, seem to be very much angled towards getting a lead and then seeing if you can hang on to that. Well, it's Mareshko of Ukraine that you can see leading this out in the orange hat. She'll change over to Fedota. Very, very safe change indeed. Watch lane 6. Oh.
Well, we'll see if Ukraine can challenge the world record mark for the relay. That is 2:37.16. That was set in the World Championships last year. They've got to win it first, of course, but they do look like they are on schedule to do that. Fedota already twice a medalist here at these championships, and that's a great example again of freestyle swimming from Fedota.
Well, this is the 3rd 50. Another very safe change there. The coach holding the feet of Swiderska onto the wall. Released her only when she was absolutely sure that they weren't going to take a flyer. You got to say, Paul, just out of shot, just going the other way. That was the Russian team, obviously not going particularly well. They've had some good swimmers, but they really aren't featuring in this race at all.
Well, they've got a good finish to come. They've got Shisheva going now on the third leg for Russia, but they've got Guseva on the final leg, and with the Norwegians having a very low-class swimmer to finish, Ingrid Thurnen, you would expect Guseva to come back pretty strongly. But Ukraine are coming back with Zvedurska. She will hand over to Lafina. I think it's Ukraine against the clock now. Can they challenge the world record mark that they set last year? I think it's unlikely, but Ukraine are certainly going to win this one. Ingrid Thurnen in now for Norway. Russia, well, this could be a close finish. Shisheva will hand over to the S7 swimmer, Guseva. Hungary with a lot to do in fourth.
Well, Guseva looks like she is going to have to make up almost 23 meters on the Norwegians. It's not unheard of between the difference between an S1 and an S7. Absolutely massive. But actually, to them, the Norwegian swimmer in lane 6 is going very well. It looks like it's going to be gold for the Ukrainian team.
Ukraine take it in 2:53.45. They will be the European champions, and Ingrid Thurnen is going to bring Norway home clear in second for a silver medal for the Norwegian team. And a big cheer from the Norwegians there as their team comes home in second position. The Russians could not close the gap. They are in third, and the Hungarians will finish this relay with Gita Rakso on the final leg. The experienced Hungarian team, could they benefit from a disqualification again? Well, you never know. You've got to be in it to win it. If Hungary finish this one, they will finish in fourth position and await the official results. But it was a good performance by the Ukrainian team. 2:53.45 for the team of Mereshko, Zvedurska, Fedota and Lafina. They were never really seriously threatened for that one.
No, and you have to say the Ukrainian team really so powerful in classes 5 and below. Also very strong in the visually impaired classes, of course. This is the finish. Lafina whacks the wall, make sure that time pad well and truly goes off. Time pads actually have to be hit quite hard to trigger. Well, she certainly makes sure that that happens. There we go. Hits it right with the base of the palm of the hand.
Goodness, here come the Ukrainian teams now in there. The flags are waving. I'm still awaiting confirmation of this result. And of course, if that is confirmed, it would mean that Ukraine would retain their position at the top of the medal table. There is the result. Well, Ukraine, 2:53.45. They take it ahead of a delighted Norwegian team, 3:02.43, with Russia in the bronze medal position.
Well, it was unsurprising, wasn't it, that all four teams were okay. The takeovers were all so incredibly safe.
Yeah, things were a little bit spread out. There was no need to take risks with those changeovers. Lafina coming in there, again affected in her arms. She made sure, certainly, that she touched that pad. And she will be a gold medalist. Lafina, Ukrainians, strong right the way through the classes. But as you say, Giles, especially in the classes 5 and below, that is a real strength for the Ukrainian team.
Had some Norwegian supporters.
They loved that, didn't they? Big cheer when Ingrid Thurnen touched the wall for Norway. As I said, the first time I think I've seen a Norwegian relay team in the 20-point relay. And they have got a silver medal for that brilliant performance from the Norwegian team. And they can only get stronger, I think. Got a good young squad, led by Sarah Louise Young and anchored by Ingrid Thunum, Hansen and Clausen, the other two swimmers for the Norwegian team. The remaining medal ceremonies this evening will conclude the proceedings. What a good performance it was from the man from Russia, Andrei Gladkov. It's half a second outside the world record held by Jonathan Fox of Great Britain. Not here, of course, Jonathan Fox, but he would have had to be at the very top of his form to challenge the Russian Andrei Gladkov. Marian Kavintsaya from Ukraine. He gets a bronze medal in a time of 1:13.94. Qualified second place for the final from the heats this morning. We're unsure what Evgeny Bodaiko had in his locker for the final. He certainly was faster, Bodaiko, than he was in the heats. It was good enough for the silver medal position. 1:12.85 for Bodaiko. He could not live, however, with the power of the new European champion. Bodaiko looks pleased, just out of that relay swim, just in time for his medal presentation. And the champion, Andrei Gladkov, the Russian, delighted with that performance. 34.10 at the turn. He did lead, although Bodaiko got out well. But Gladkov was so strong in the closing stages. He came back in a time of 1:10.13, just over half a second outside the world record mark held by Jonathan Fox of Great Britain. The new European champion is Andrei Gladkov of Russia. Gladkov of Russia in the centre. Takes that European title. It's been a good night for the Russian team. Had a number of performances. We had 17 finals tonight. It's gone really quickly. They just keep bringing these finals out like a conveyor belt here. Not much time to draw breath. I've had some great performances, great individual performances, great racing. That's what we like to see at these championships. And a smile there from Kirsten Brun from Germany. Mina Clausen is on the medal podium again. Norwegians have produced a real crop of swimmers here, picking up medals. Mina Clausen, of course, will be back later on. She was a member of the relay team, which we just saw win a silver medal. Bronze this time in the 100 backstroke. Silver medalist, this time it's Susie Rogers. Well, she was the defending champion. Couldn't quite do enough to retain that title. Silver medal this time for Susie Rogers. She's had a good week so far. Another medal for the Great Britain swimmer. What a performance from Kirsten Brun. That was sensational. Great swim, 1:23.05. Just a second and a half outside her own world record. She set a couple of years ago in 2012. Kirsten Brun, great display from Kirsten Brun of Germany. Kirsten Brun enjoyed that one. She enjoyed that race. Saw a big yell of delight as she got to the end. It's always very demonstrative, Kirsten Brun. You know when she's done a good swim because you can hear it from a long way off. Another 4 medal presentations before tonight's activities are concluded. The men's 400 freestyle S10. We have a new European champion about to be crowned. Patrick Karlinski, he did a great job. 4 minutes 18.22 was the time for Patrick Karlinski. 17-year-old from Poland. His first major international medal. Big improvement from his heat swim. 4 minutes 30. Rob Wellborn on the medal podium again. He's been on the medal podium at every major international since he made his GB team debut back in 2004. He was hoping it would be third time a European champion at this event. It was silver. A man who took the race from the outside lane in a fantastic new European record. Time of 4:06.14. Dmitry Bartosinski of Russia. He was out of trouble. He had to swim his own race. The main challengers were all in the center of the pool. This man in lane 1, 7th fastest qualifier for the final, took the gold for Russia. Dmitry Bartosinski, a 19-year-old, is the new European champion. Congratulations all round. Two teenagers there. The previous champion, Rob Wellborn. Final medal presentation for an individual event. It's the women's 400 meters freestyle S10. Again, as we said in commentary, this race full of teenagers, with the exception the world record holder, world champion, and now the European champion, Lodi Lorandi. Alice Ty takes the bronze medal for Britain in her first major international. Just 15 years of age, and what a great job she did. 4:47.52 for Alice Ty. See a lot more of this young lady, I'm sure. Olivia Jablonska, the gold medalist in the 100 meters butterfly, and a new European record a couple of days ago. Silver this time for the Polish swimmer. Real tussle with Alice Ty and Bianca Papp from Hungary for second, third and fourth. Jablonska taking the silver.
Representing France,
champion, the old lady of the race at 25. She was the favourite for it. She hasn't been on great form this year. She's happy now. She's retained her European title. She's still the world record holder. She's still the world champion. Still the Paralympic champion. Still the European champion. Elodie Laurenti of France. Laurenti retains her European title ahead of Olivia Jablonska and young Alice Ty from Great Britain. Final two presentations are for the relays we have just seen short time ago. Spanish team have had a strong relay presence in this 20-point relay for a number of years now. They have been one of the world's top teams. The bronze medalists are from Russia. Team of Musikin. Popov, Koyagin, and Zidanov was the team. And those are your bronze medalists. Zikin, youngsters, Zidanov, Popov and Koyagin. Performance from the Russians. Couldn't quite get back on terms with the Spanish team. Not much in it at the end, just half a second. Richard Oribe led the team off. That's Jordi Gordillo. He went on the third leg. Ricardo 10. He was the second man to go. Sebastian Rodriguez, well, held off. Fast finishing Sergei Koyagin. Team gold medal in the mixed relay 2 nights ago. Silver medal this time in the men's 4x50 freestyle relay. The gold goes to Ukraine. It was a convincing win in the end. Derevinsky, who went on the third leg. Vino Radets, who went on the second leg. Semenenko, who led them off so well. They were never headed in this relay. And anchored home by Bohodaiko. What a great man to have on the anchor leg. Never really in doubt for the Ukrainian team. They won in the end by something like 7.5 seconds. Teams were closing as they came to the final leg, but we knew with Bohodaiko on that final leg it was going to be tough for anyone to catch them. Ukraine take the gold. Three teams cluster around for the photographs.
Yeah, how young will that be?
Derevinsky doesn't want to leave. He's going to have to. We've got one more presentation to come. These last middle presenters done a good shift there. And the girls with the medals and the mascots there on the right hand side. Final medal presentation of this evening is for the women's 4x50 metres freestyle relay, 20 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final ceremony of the evening. This women's 4x50 metres freestyle relay, 20 points.
Medalists being led out by the Norwegians. What a great addition they've been to this relay. They've never had a team before. They've managed to make the points totals now. And didn't they swim well? Bronze medalists are the team from Russia. Team represented by Kosheva, Gavriluk, Diodorova, and anchored home by Oksana Guseva. They made some headway in that final leg, but it wasn't enough. It's bronze for Russia. Earlier. Great to see the team coming onto the medal podium in these relays. And that's the team of Norway. And they are so happy with that one. Ingrid Thunen, who did such a good job on the last leg. Second medal of the night by from Mina Clausen. Sarah Louise Rung, another medal for Sarah Louise Rung. Sarah Hansen did a good job on the third leg. They are the team from Norway. They are the silver medalists in this relay. Three golds, 3 silvers, 3 bronze for the Norwegian team. They've had a great championship so far. But the champions, the team from Ukraine. They were never seriously under threat. Mareshko led them off. Another medal for Mareshko. Swiderska, he took the third leg. Lafina did that anchor leg. Finished off well. Marina Lafina and Fedota took that second leg. Another medal for Olena Fedota. Ukrainian flags flying high here in Eindhoven. We're going to see them flying high too for this medal presentation, because the winners of the 4x50 meters freestyle relay for women, 20 points, are the team from Ukraine. Well, that concludes the action here for tonight on day 4 of these 2014 IPC Swimming European Championships in Eindhoven. The medalists for the women's 4x50 meters freestyle relay, 20 points. Those 2 relay wins for Ukraine have kept them at the top of the medal table. It's all very symmetrical. 19 golds, 19 silvers and 19 bronze for the team of Ukraine. Russia in second place with 18 golds, and Great Britain in third with 17. It's all very tight as we go past halfway in this 2014 European Championships. It's been a great night of action here. We've seen 4 world record swims this evening in the finals. We even saw a tie for the gold medal position between Kashmir and Vladikina from Russia. That's something that hasn't happened at this championship so far. Some great action still to come as we move into the second half of these 2014 IPC European Swimming Championships in Eindhoven. Superb swimming still to come. We had some fantastic performances tonight. We will see you tomorrow morning for the session at 9 o'clock local time.